America. Here, have military access, bro.
Shoot. I had carrots too. I'll have to get those from someone somewhere. That's blood. make our own house. We've been slacking on that. Just been living with Jacob, which is nice, but we'll make a house near him. Maybe connecting. Who knows? But it'll be near enough. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. Terraria chat. Oh, whoops. Totally by accident. Totally thought that was General. I was like, who's schizo posting in Terraria? Why Terraria? I was like, I know I didn't do it. That's a General. Went to General, back to Terraria. It was me.
Where the hell did you find all of them?
All those things?
Yeah.
There's this album I listen to, and all those are to the album, and it's
Oh.
just the story of what the album is going through. I was like, I'll post this and see if anyone gets it. But I didn't remember to change it to General, I guess. I was like, oh, let's get all these in order, send them out. Uh-huh.
I fucking hate villagers.
Hey, we could do Sevtech if you guys are actually down for that.
The fuck is Sevtech?
I've played it before.
Sevtech is a great mod pack. It's 1.12 too. It's has quest books and all that. And you start off in the Stone Age, right? And then you work yourself all the way up to the Space Age, which is really fun to do. But making leather in that mod pack was so cancer though. Just so bad. Hated
Is
it.
Sevtech kind of like the thing where you gotta go through like each step? Like
Tiers.
you gotta fucking kind of like the underwater one we did, but
Yeah, but this one
not underwater.
it's not underwater. You start off. You know how RL craft you have to get a flint and sticks and all that. It has like primitive stuff. Like the only thing you can make is stone tools. Like only stone tools for like a while. And then you gotta go prospecting with a prospecting pick
to find like copper and all that. You find copper, you make tools out of it, then you evolve to like the industrial age, if you get what I mean.
I used the restroom.
Okay, first things first, we're gonna need food. Could make some, just need to go to the farm. Make this into no, don't stop right there. Very cool of him, very cool. Right, I wanted to get stuff from my house. There's also a village this way. Okay, I guess I just didn't jump. I can grab stuff from the village. Or at least I could, but I took all the stuff before already. And then I spawned in and immediately died of a heart attack, I guess. mountain. Ma. Ma. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's... Alright, I should, change the name of this. Kinda forgot. Edit. Okay. It's all good. I should probably find some birch trees and stuff like that. Jacob seemingly wants them because he uses them a lot for building. Should also get... I used to have 5 stacks of cobblestone, but I died, so... we'll have to get that back and put it in the chest this time. Didn't expect to die, so I didn't expect, you know, needing to put stuff in a chest. Come here, bubbles. Come on. Honestly, for something so schizophrenic, it's pretty good. Come on, boys. We got land to go back to. Okay. Oh, I think it was... Yep. 222 50 59 74. Hunter Biden. Guessing that's his son. Thank you for being so patient with me. You can... Oops. You have a long walk, boys. listeners. We're almost back, probably. There's a connecting point. Hey boys. All I know is if I'm going this way, I have to take a right. Probably get that achievement about now, but I'm more interested in getting these cows to where I need them to go. Okay, we'll work up from 2. It's okay, we only need 2. Come here. Hello. Your friends? Never heard of them. Must have walked off or something. It's truly a shame. Hurry up. God, you're the slow one. Let's get boys, we're almost there. Just have to make sure we don't run into anything. That's all. Yeah, stay close and we stay safe. Like a big, happy, delicious family. I'd more like to fight Oh my god, Cal, why? Book it right to my sword, huh? Oh my god. Some cute horses over there. I'll get them later. Need a lasso. Because these guys are annoying. That's a great divide. Come on, boys, we've pretty much made it. I can't believe this. Look at that one. You can smell me from a mile away. Be more like him. Please. We're doing good, boys. We're doing really good. Oh god, we're gonna do so good. Come on, keep moving. Just gonna go around town. Come on. Over to the land. Just a little bit further. Make sure I don't blow up either. Doing good. Doing great, if you will. See? Good times, good times. Now you guys keep doing that. And I will keep this all going. Plant it exactly back in this place. And plant more too. Birch trees are pretty cool. Wait. That's birch. Isn't it? Yeah. There's something different. Spruce. I keep calling it birch. Anyways. Spruce trees are pretty cool. Birch trees are pretty cool too. I think the outside of our house would look far better. But these pillars right here, pretty cool, pretty cool. I like his idea for them. But I think it would be cooler if we made it logs. But for the logs, I'm gonna look on the inside. Yeah, that's what he has. So we're gonna make them normal oak logs. Then we're gonna make some spruce traps, trapdoors, because that'll look good on the inside. We're looking for what fits, you know. We're gonna make the house nice, and then when I'm off, he'll do whatever he wants, and we'll just keep doing that. Or I should make a house. I could make a house like right next door, maybe right there. That seems like a good fit. I don't want super long, but I think this will be fun. I usually have this as the flooring because it's kind of nice. I enjoy it, but I don't know how I'm gonna specifically use it this time. I think I'll use it for a door because the doors are really nice. I enjoy the classic door over there. It's great, but I like spruce doors. They're pretty cool. I remember when old doors were just the same thing. There's no difference. You made a door, you made a door, and it was pretty funny. I feel fucking old when I go, I remember back in the time when I played the back in my day when I played the game. So fucking lame. It's like I believe it to be a rock or metal song, and it's pretty good. That'll be fine. Okay, hold on. I have to check this. What could it possibly be that I'm getting a notification for? Mark it as red. It's a really fucking lame joke, but fences might look better than stone fences, stone whatevers. Yeah, that looks far better. God, I can't pop this fucking. I want to pop my ankle. You know, you pop your knuckles, but for my ankle, it's usually what I do. And it's great. Feels great. Okay. That looks better. I think we should remove the copper though, at this point. What to replace it with though? Probably stone of some kind. Also need windows so things don't just crawl in. I like the cobblestone. I think the cobblestone for the main part should stay. Well, the copper. That's just for storage of stuff. If he wants to fix it, he totally can. Let's make it one more. We'll make an opening over here, and then we'll hollow it out, you know. Wow, this is gonna be nice and quaint. Always copper. So much copper. This is gonna take a bit. It's gonna be really cool. Let's make something that takes 20 billion hours to do. Okay. All I have to is have to find more coal as well. I guess I'll put this down with our other stuff. It'll fit far better than just in my hand. We need a barrel. Forget how to make a barrel though. I think it's we'll figure it out later. More pressing stuff to do. Shut up. God, I'm tired. Let's see. Might as well just take out this whole Yeah, don't do that. I had to deal with that before. Matthew and Tony dox themselves several times. And I mean actually dox themselves. It's very annoying to deal with. And I had to delete like 7 hours of it or something. However long I was doing stuff. Deleted or I left it, I can't remember. You motherfucker. No, I don't want this. Pardon me. Excuse me. That's probably better. Anyways, pardon me, I don't. And he's gone. And he left. It's always what I have to deal with. There's always an internet that does that every time. Let's see. I already have. Let me Yeah, it's all starting to come together. I should just make an axe at this point. I mean, I'm going to be working with wood for forever, so let's just do that. Okay, interesting. Actually. God damn it. Something about Apple and Android interface or automatic something, blah blah blah, and documentaries, web something. Only the result. Yeah, electronics. And that's all I'm gonna stop at because I do not care, not care. How do I think I could just. Nope. God, they made it so those connects. Makes it nicer. I'm going to count down in my head. And when I get to 0, hopefully everything will be all right. Has Martin store mannen. Store the man? What? I believe it's Swedish. I don't know what mar is. And I definitely don't know Spanish. This one, I think I'll do the same thing. 'Cause I like this idea of everything being held up. It makes it look better. Same thing Same thing he said, but in Swedish. I don't even know how to pronounce this word, and it must not be coming because I have not seen it. Is a assigned text, okay, and that one's just Russian or something because of that. Believe web platform. Från ett språk and then till ett annat den platsgränssnitt. Very long. It's the only thing I don't like about Swedish is the long words. A mobile app for Android and iOS and an API. What's up, Patrick? I haven't seen that first, so I don't know what. Oh, these spots are starting to fade. That stinks. Yeah, my brother might know that one. Only because he wants to be a linguist. But he doesn't know any Swedish, so. I don't believe that's Swedish, so I wouldn't know because it doesn't look like any phrases that I've used or written before. I know this off Google Translate because I would have tried to learn how to put the stinking little dash above E's and A's and then the circle above some A's that you need. Like for Autoscar. But I don't super paying attention very much. Yes. And I need more wood. Who would have known? There's only copper. You've been in here multiple times. Yes, why does your head look like that? Yeah, you know, I figured you would just be a problem. Let's see. I don't need this in my hand anymore. I need to plant more trees. Definitely what I need to do. Thought I left it open. Let's see. Don't really need my lights on. Let's make it dark in here. Nice and dark. Okay. I don't know if that looks better. If I want. Let's see. I need to put a light in here first of all. Just what I meant to do earlier, but I keep forgetting. For now, just keep that there. That's his part, he does whatever. Sorry, I'm back. Just telling my girlfriend she can get chocolate now. Thanks. Anyways, next thing's next is to clean up the hole. have this friend. He's pretty cool. And I like talking to him one-on-one. He's great talking one-on-one. Whenever he's in Minecraft, he is the worst. And I have this other friend named Patrick, and he is also the worst whenever he's in Minecraft. I don't know why. But a benign tumor is what he seems to be for the most part. Until, you know. Get out of here. God damn, why does it have to be on our property? That's all we have. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's taking a while. God. Just build it, like, over there. Not in the front, at least. Just want to have a nice yard. Okay. Oh, I need to do the roof, which means I need to get some wood. How? I think anyone can have the wood. You just plant it, replant it. I have enough birch right now. I don't need any of that. I do the floors with birch, the roofs. I think I'll do the roofs with spruce. That kind of sounds like it'd be nice. Yeah, spruce sounds good. Ow, fuck, I'm gonna die. Okay. Why? I just want to give up. I want to give up and throw away everything. I don't even care. Yeah, this would be my week. Car breaks down. cares? Who cares?
Whoa, hey there, kids. It's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and I'm not advertising anything. I just noticed you sing on Pasta Story, literally thousands of stories. So, yeah, I'm gonna let you get to the most epic series on the channel, but don't forget, okay? In order for me to tell you about this, you're going to need to know about Clint Rockwell first. Now, I've known him for around
Okay, no.
He's always strange.
Just listen to some
Not in the sense that it
Creepypastas,
made him
because
an outcast.
I
The opposite, actually. I guess strange wasn't the right word. Let's call him.
want to listen to something
Let's call
a
him
spookum.
exceptional. If I were to give you a quick rundown of his life, it goes something like this: straight A's from primary to post-secondary, full rides to Ivy Leagues, intern offers out the ass after just his undergraduate year, astonishingly charismatic and handsome, was to the point where nobody even seemed to be bitter towards him. No jealousy either. They just admired him. But despite all the parties he was invited to, all the attempts at friendship, all the girls that threw themselves at him, he chose to be a loner. In fact, I was one of the only people he talked to. I can tell you why he chose me as an acquaintance. He just did. And let me tell you, I was about as average gets. Except for a life of mundanity.
Mundanity. Okay, so pardon me. Darkwood would look so much better than that.
Disaffected glance at his paper before putting it down. He got 100, of course. I guess he saw me staring because he looked down at my paper and chuckled. It was slightly embarrassing, of course, but instead of hurling an insult, he asked if I wanted to come over after school and study, maybe play some video games. I agreed. And that's when I started to get a glimpse into his ideals. See, he was never satisfied with anything. I remember our conversation regarding what he wanted to do in the future. I had all the generic answers. Buy a Lamborghini, a big house in Hollywood, marry Megan Fox.
I think right about
That was that,
here.
right? But Clint,
Ah, so
he
cool.
wanted something different. He had bigger aspirations. Adventure, he told me. Going somewhere uncharted, discovering something new, something that nobody's seen. At that time, I didn't know the name. Not like Jupiter or some shit?
Oh, what they did, they just pushed all the way forward with it.
At the time, I couldn't fathom why he wanted to
So
do
cool.
this.
I don't care.
He just gave me this amused look.
What I want to do is just make a nice house.
Contemptuous superiority. No, he wasn't like that. See, he knew that I couldn't have understood, but he didn't fault me for it. Well, think about this. People's lives have become lackluster. When we have all the comforts in the world, everything turns into structure, routine, nothing new. Our destiny decided by the time we're out of college. Who the hell wants to get caught up in the rat race and just chase monotony day to day? That's the worst possible outcome. That's why we watch movies, read books, escapism, looking for stories that are infinitely more satisfying than the one we're living in. I mean, what do we really have to look forward to? He talked a lot like this. It didn't sound suicidal. It was something else. This guy, beyond, was driven. I could see it. But to be honest, I couldn't tell you what he did in the long hours he spent in his room alone. He never talked about it. By the time he went off to Caltech, I went to Penn State. We started drifting apart. In fact, after the first year of his master's degree, he stopped talking to me completely.
Wait, doesn't he have like 2 separate
And when
things
he
of
didn't go
chickens?
home after
He
spring break,
does.
his folks called the
Why
cops.
is there one? I don't know.
Apparently, he stopped going to class. We looked for him. There were no traces.
Okay, if this is my person, don't need it being stolen.
However, I do remember the last time we had communicated. He'd sent me a Facebook message. This is all it said. Do you want to be part of something? The project I'm working on. I can explain more later. I sent him a message asking him about specifics, but he never responded. Now, the last I'd heard of him, About 7 years. That was before he knocked on my
Just
door
not good
in the
enough
middle of the
friends. Should have messaged him.
night some hours ago. I wasn't going to open up at first. These stories never really end well. However, that's when I heard my name being called by a distant, familiar voice. I couldn't believe my ears. I stared through the peephole at what looked like a homeless man. He had dirty, tattered clothes, massive beard, and generally unkempt appearance, but I recognized those eyes instantly. I recognized that spark. It was
I want
him.
an egg
I
sandwich.
opened up,
Or a
reading in
peanut butter
disbelief.
sandwich. I want a
But before I
grilled
could
cheese
help him with
sandwich.
questions, he stopped me.
Grilled cheese sandwiches,
Don't
we're gonna make some
I'll
yesterday,
explain
but
everything.
we stopped because we got
Let me shower first, though. He flashed his award-winning
Domino's
smile
instead.
at me,
Gosh
though his
dang.
pearly whites weren't what they used to be. It's really good to see you, by the way. And that's when I got a closer look at his frame. He was bigger than I remembered, bulkier. Looked like he'd put on 10 pounds of muscle. His model-like face was now weathered, beaten, covered in scars. It also smelled of sweat and grime. Now, this was absolutely insane, to say the least. After he washed up and settled onto the couch, he laid it all out. I'm going to tell you what he said, verbatim. Apparently, during the latter half of his undergraduate year, he was approached by his physics professor, Joel Rust, a somewhat eccentric
Should,
22-year-old, but he was supposedly brilliant. Rust had chosen Clint specifically to partake in what he called a research project. He laughed when he told me this. We had to call it that, he said. If they
Flooring.
knew what we were really doing, the funding would be gone.
Can't use that.
There were
Really
14
dumb.
other
You can't
people
use
involved
that
in
for.
this. 2 theoretical physicists, 3 cosmologists, 2 young thrill seekers, 2 ex-Navy SEALs, and a discharged U.S. soldier, an archaeologist, retired MMA fighter, a disgraced entrepreneur, and a suicidal drifter Russ found trying to jump off a bridge. Yeah, that was a strange group, for sure. But we all shared similar ideals, he explained. For one reason or another, we were looking to get away from this world, looking for another frontier. Apparently, while on vacation, Rust had discovered something peculiar off a remote coast in the South Island in New Zealand. Something over the Cook Strait. Rust explained that he'd been seeing some kind of strange, thick fog that hung under the clouds. Now, we don't know what he meant by that, Clint stated. He never really explained it. For years, he spent his summers over there and observed it himself. He then spent every second of his free time analyzing his observations.
Oops,
Eventually,
that was a
He
mistake.
enlisted the help of some cosmologists
Could you have
and other
guessed?
physicists.
Did you know?
Clint looked at me. Seemed as if he was having trouble holding in a huge grin. You know what the theory they came to was? I shook my head. It was a passage to somewhere else. A different universe, so to speak. This floored me. I was skeptical for about a second. Then I thought about who I was talking to. And how strange this whole situation was. I kept listening. I asked him how they figured that out. You want the details, he replied. I thought about... No, not really. Science was never really my strong point. Anyhow, he told me how Rust had started conducting experiments. He'd fly a drone into the fog whenever a storm was brewing, and those were the only times where it was visible. He'd estimated that after it disappeared, there would be about a 3-minute window where he could control it. After that, it was gone forever. That's why we need the funding. The culmination of all these experiments, all this research was supposed to be a trip into the past, just to see what they were on. That's when Rust started forming the plan. It took a while, but he eventually gathered together people he deemed would be fit for something like this, along with the other researchers involved. He said that he chose me because of an essay I wrote for class. The topic was about what the universe meant to us as individuals, Clint said. I guess it spoke to him. I'm sure he had other reasons as well. He smirked to himself. Now, while the ex-military and thrill seekers were all in good shape, Rust and the researchers weren't. Nobody knew what to expect, really. That's why we had to train. Cardio, strength, agility, the works. Nobody wanted to lag behind. Clint elaborated.
All I need is
For
one.
3 years, they deemed themselves
Well,
to
actually
be done.
4. But,
The big day was finally there.
you know,
On a warm
I just need
spring day in California,
a
in a particularly
sapling
choppy
from
one on
Darkwood.
South Island, Rust, Clint, and the rest of the team piled into a private plane owned by an entrepreneur. They brought with them
And
months'
do
worth of
great.
rations, weapons, first aid kits, and research equipment. Parachutes as well, just in case.
I'd
Everything
say
you could think of. Funnily enough,
honestly, in my head, my favorite people to watch build are
I
that
remember
person
thinking, this was batshit.
and that
Wait,
one.
I asked him. So you guys were just going through
I'm
them?
just kind of
Was
okay
nobody
at it.
scared of what could happen? He chuckled. So, you have a bunch of insane researchers, soldiers, scarred by combat, thrill seekers, a suicidal guy. Don't even get me started on myself. You think we gave a shit? No. I guess we weren't. As it turns out, they figured out what Rust was thinking about when they got close to the thing. Apparently the fog was dark gray, almost black. Maybe 100 meters below the clouds, and it was massive. The strangest part was that it didn't move at all. But you could clearly tell where it began and where it ended. Eventually, everybody braced themselves upon entering. They were suddenly submerged into darkness. Clint said that he could see the silhouette of anticipation on everyone's face from the faint cabin light, and after 3 minutes, the plane started malfunctioning. Here's the fucked up part.
Usually how it happens.
Rust never told anybody about the drone experiments until afterward. When this happened, everybody started freaking out.
God damn it.
Nobody was expecting
Spawn
it. But
zone.
soon after, a wave of light filled the plane. What they saw out the window was, incomprehensible. A dark, foreboding landscape. Heavy
Gotta
rain
find what I need is a
pounded
saddle
the windows while a cacophony of
for a horse.
violent lightning bolts struck around. And what made it worse, the plane was headed
'Cause-
down into a dark ocean beneath. As they
Uh,
got closer, they could tell that there was
I
definitely
need to
movement in the
get
water.
to Dark Oak
large movement.
fast
And they weren't just
and
waves.
also
Luckily for
get
them,
back
the
home
plane
faster.
was also on a trajectory for a landmass just up ahead.
Crash being stuck out here
Nobody
sounds like a
actually
shitty place to be.
They just stuffed their bags with weapons, rations, and water. And eventually, strapping on their parachutes. Now, it was at this point that they realized military training didn't come in handy.
Pretty
Right
whack.
then, it was every man for themselves. Once the plane was nearly over the island, everyone started jumping out. A good portion of them didn't get so lucky. Other than Russ, only one of the researchers survived. Two of them couldn't open their chutes in time. One landed in the water where he was quickly consumed by something. And one got struck by lightning on the way down.
Which is pretty funny.
And the entrepreneur and one of the ex-SEALs also didn't make it, both landing rough on the rocky shoreline. The team was suddenly down to 10. They watched as the plane spiraled out of control into the murky sea. The fog was also still visible in the distance. It was hanging there. After they regrouped, they just sat in silence for a while. Nobody knew what to think. Rust's theory looked to be right, it seemed. The island itself was pretty similar to tropical ones that you would find here on Earth. Except for the trees as tall as apartment complexes, and the fact that the sky was always cloudy. We'd later find out that this place had a name. Dusk Blue. Another peculiar thing was that the lightning never seemed to strike land. Only the ocean. And that's good news for them. They started making their way into the jungle in front of them. With nowhere else to go, this is all they could do. Amongst them, they managed to take 6
just find these
pistols,
plain
4
ones.
machetes.
I like
assault
planes,
rifle and a
but I
shotgun.
wish the world was more
reserve
full of
ammunition,
different
though.
stuff,
They
especially like a
always
desert.
concluded that they have about
or
5 days of food and
Badlands
water
and
for
stuff
all of them.
like that.
As they made their way across the land, some creepy, unexplainable shit started
Not the
happening.
old kind of
The MMA
Badlands, but
fighter,
the
they called him Duke,
ones with
went to go
clay
piss in some
and all
bushes
that
at one
stuff,
point.
and
About 30
terracotta
seconds later, he ran back to the group, freaked
Bushudo.
out and hyperventilating. Everybody tried to ask him what was happening. And that's when they looked at the clearing that he had come from. Duke was standing right there, with a blank expression plastered on his face, but he was also with them. Then, out of nowhere, his copy began sprinting backwards into the woods at a torrid pace. Another occurrence took place when they came across what looked to be a void just floating in the air in front of them. It was literally a door-sized black shape that was devoid of anything. One of the thrill seekers, Jeff, stuck his hand into it for a second before pulling it back. You could still move it, but it became completely numb. It stayed that way. Apparently one night they woke up to the sound of shells blasting in the air. Lauren, the archaeologist, was shooting at something just a few meters away from where they were sleeping. Clint said it was hard to describe. Something along the lines of a massive spider-human hybrid. The shotgun didn't affect it. It just crawled away. God, this sounds like a fucking nightmare. Is this what you wanted? I asked him. And I was sincerely curious. Yeah. This is exactly what I wanted. His words sounded genuine. I guess it didn't matter that I couldn't understand him. He understood himself. And he went on. 3 days passed, and they're still in the jungle.
Fuck, I
They
forgot
didn't know
that
where they were heading, but
my
nobody
bed
wanted
when
to
I
admit that.
died all this
Rust
time.
and the
all that long ago.
Rust and the
Fucking
cosmologist continually recorded their
despawned.
observations while everyone else
Gotta
was
put
getting
the place down. I'll have to fucking
antsy. They were running out of
Magnetos.
food. The other thrill seeker, Clint forgot his name, was starting to get delirious. He'd seen a small creature that vaguely resembled a chicken, and he tried attacking it with a machete. Unfortunately, his throat was instantly slit upon making contact with it, and nobody went near any wildlife after that. It looked like hunting for food was now out of the question. An urgency was setting in. At night, they started hearing horrific, unrecognizable sounds all around them. One time they woke up to see a pale humanoid creature with no facial features sitting cross-legged just a few meters away. And suddenly the skin on its head peeled back to reveal a singular, monstrous-sized eye. It only needed to blink one more time before everybody got the hell out of there. They'd also come across a strange hole in the ground at one point. It was about the size of a basketball. The other ex-SEAL,
Thank
name
you.
also forgotten, walked up to take a look. Cautiously, he peered into it. About a minute passed, and he still hadn't moved. People started shouting at him just to leave it, but he ignored everything. They tried pulling him away, but he didn't budge. He just stayed crouched, eyes blankly transfixed on the hole. After about 10 minutes, they left him. Things were reaching a tipping point on the 5th day. They were starving, sleep-deprived, paranoid. With only 4 MREs left for the 8 of them, they needed to conserve energy. However, every time they stopped to rest, they'd hear footsteps behind them. They'd look for the source, but there was nothing visible to be found. The steps would just get louder and louder, and eventually, they caught up. Clint said that they could hear something quickly running circles around them before he started to feel lightheaded. The last thing he remembered hearing before passing out was a barrage of shouts coming from somewhere in front of them, one of them voices that he recognized. And he awoke sometime later lying on a stiff mattress in a small wood cabin. His head was pounding, his face was covered in dried blood when he touched it. He looked around the room, nearly jumping out of his skin when he saw somebody sharpening some kind of weapon in the corner. He did look to be human, resembling a Mediterranean man, and upon seeing Clint wake, he got up and introduced himself as Slade. He also spoke English, albeit it was a strange accent that Clint said he never heard before. Now, Clint is no small guy. He's probably around 6'1". But Slade still towered over him. He'd explained that he was essentially a guard protecting a walled civilization called Pharaoh Locus, where Clint currently was. He described how he and the rest of the team had come into contact with what the locals referred to as stalkers. They'd eventually managed to fend them off, bring Clint and the rest to safety. They were happy to let them stay as long as they did a fair share of work. He further explained the island that they were on. As it turns out, Dusk Blue was actually one of the few places in that world that had a semblance of order and society. While most of it was still extremely hostile, there were protected settlements set up all around, where people could live in relative peace. However, the main attraction was at the center, a massive self-governing city-state known as Paradise X. The settlements like Pharaoh Locus could be compared to small towns in the Old West. Paradise X was more comparable to a modern-day metropolis. He went on to explain a strange trend in births on the island, in which around 1 to 1,000 children were born with enhanced levels of strength, speed, and nearly impenetrable skin. Officials from Paradise X would come around to settlements every now and then in order to recruit these children into the security force set to protect these borders. In exchange, their
cool.
families would be allowed citizenship and a place to live within the city. Of course,
Wonder if they'll have
everybody was
dark
after
oak.
this. This resulted in a lot of questionable moral decisions when it came to children. Flint then asked about all the stuff
that
that had
should
happened
be
before
fine.
they were rescued.
They're
All
durable.
the weird shit. And apparently Slade just sighed and told him not to worry about it. He didn't have the answers either. That stuff's always been there, and it was better not to think about it. He told him
Oh, thank
to simply
goodness.
stay inside the settlement and
Potatoes.
not cause any trouble. The punishment
Oh,
for
some
disorderly
fucking
conduct
potatoes.
was exile.
It's not a real accent, but
I was,
it's my interpretation of one.
I was still trying to wrap my head around any of this when Clint started yawning. He told me that he was tired, that we could talk about it in the morning. I tried to get him to stay up and tell me. But his eyes were already halfway closed. I've been gone through some messed up shit, man. Just let me rest for a bit. Don't worry. I got more to tell you. Spent 7 years over there, for Christ's sake. He said, obviously drowsy. Yeah, fine. Look, you could take the guest room, I told him. After feeding him some leftover spaghetti, I let him up there. I had to ask him one more time before he passed out, though. What about your folks? How the hell are you going to explain this to them? He paused for a second before speaking. Couldn't if I tried. They're gone, man. To be honest, the lack of emotion in his voice disturbed me a bit. No shit. I'm sorry, was all I could utter out. He just let out a forced chuckle and said, "What are you sorry for? You didn't do anything." Before disappearing into the bedroom. And that's when I really thought about what just happened. If Clint's been telling me the truth, well then that's horrifying to think about. I guess I'll have another update when he wakes up. To be continued.
Supplies for my home. Supplies for my
Early
home.
morning. I didn't expect to get to sleep last night, and I didn't. We just picked up some breakfast. Clint's been eating like an animal. I can't blame him now. I don't want to get off topic. He followed up by describing a rough layout of the world beyond that island. By his account, oceans made up about 85% of the surface. There were only 2 continents. Well, there used to be. The one was essentially annihilated and made unlivable by a previous world war. There were also islands scattered throughout ones like Dusk Blue. The 2 remaining continents were known as Neo Civitas and Heaven's Curse. I discussed the latter first. Clint estimated that he'd spent around 2 months there. That's another story. To put it simply, it resembled an apocalyptic shit show, with the vast majority of it being a desert wasteland. If you thought Dusk Blue sounded bad, this shit was something else entirely, Clint explained. Apparently the life expectancy of children born there was around 6 human
And
years.
more oak.
The places where people lived ranged from lawless zones controlled by warlords to totalitarian fortresses and everything in between. It had a total population of about 17 billion living in the area, about twice the size of Russia. And those were only what we could consider to be humans. The place was also filled with some of the most incomprehensibly horrific things he'd ever seen. A place that wasn't occupied by a majority of humans was simply referred to as Oblivion. If you went into those places alone, well, you weren't going to last long. Now, the creatures that dwelled within Oblivion were a bit tough to
Check
explain.
that house. I don't
Clint's
really think I
experiences
care,
with them
though.
were limited. However, he'd heard that people had stopped trying to label them all. There were simply too many. He told me about some of the more infamous ones. Harbingers. These were giant winged monstrosities with sharp spikes protruding out of every inch of their body. You could barely see their skin, and even the heads were mostly covered. These things were massive, about the size of a large shuttle bus. It was rumored that the spikes coming out of their skin put them in constant agonizing pain. Because of this, they were in constant states of rage, slaughtering anything that moved. They were called Harbingers because whenever one arrived, many others were soon to follow. That meant unavoidable mass-scale death and destruction.
I like you
These
guys
things
do
weren't
things.
easy to kill, and the people had to prepare. Butcher Knights. Nobody really knows what these are. There was a theory floating around that they were members of an ancient order of knights that had been condemned by some otherworldly being. They were now forced to roam Heaven's Curse for eternity, searching for human flesh to eat. And yeah, they ate people. In appearance, they were 10 feet tall, humanoid, covered head to toe in crude black armor, resembling that of a traditional knight. Upon close inspection, it almost seemed as if the armor was welded to the skin, which appeared to be rotting.
Cat.
They attacked
I
human
want
outposts with
cat.
extremely large,
want
rusted
it.
pikes
It's
and
mine
axes.
now.
If the initial blow didn't kill you,
I'm
the
gonna go
ensuing infection
fish.
surely would. Fighting them one-on-one wasn't an option, as they could easily overpower multiple humans at once. Steam cannons had to be used to take them out. Weeping Infernos. These were also humanoid in nature. Despite being always covered in fire, they rode on top of unidentifiable creatures. They almost looked like horses, except for the fact that they had 6 legs and they ran at ludicrous speeds. It's unclear if the rider was physically attached to the creature, as they seem to have their own legs, but have never been seen to dismount. The way they kill is actually not what you'd think. While the constant stream of flames they burst out of their bodies was certainly a cause for concern, a bigger problem was their
toucans.
persistent, ungodly shrieks. If you get too close to them, your brain would eventually explode. That's where they got their names from. The Hunter. This was a rare one. People were unsure if there was only one of these or if there were more. This stems from the fact that it only ever appeared by itself. But that didn't mean it was easy to deal with. Supposedly, this thing was seemingly indestructible, until proven otherwise, that is. But so far, nobody's made a dent in it. However, it was only really pursuing one thing, the strongest entity in the surrounding area. Somehow, it could sense them, and that meant that the more settlements would try and protect their more capable fighters, the more people would die when the hunter tried to get to them. Eventually, communities would just give them up and hand them over whenever it came around. They'd fight each other. And the hunter would always win. Most reports of this appearance may have been falsified, since so little people have actually seen it. However, the most agreed upon one was
Fucking
a
fish.
being more than triple the size of a butcher knight. It had no legs, but 12 arms that it used to attack and move. Its hands were large, covered in caustic liquid. It could grab humans and simultaneously crush and dissolve them in seconds. It also appeared to have no face, just a large mouth filled with sharp black teeth on its torso. Ultimately, these only scratched the surface. See, Heaven's Curse was like the ocean, mostly unexplored, and vast majority of the creatures dwelling within it were still undiscovered. This was probably good. However, these weren't the only things that the inhabitants had to worry about. There was also a perplexing phenomenon that seemed to plague everybody who lived there. Nobody could explain it away, nobody could identify the source, and nobody even knew what to call it. They just accepted it. A good parallel for this in our reality would be the glitches in the Matrix that some people experience. On Heaven's Curse, you could be simply walking around before getting disoriented for a few seconds. And when you come to your senses, you find yourself standing outside the civilization you were just in, out in oblivion. People also claim to see things that weren't there, hear things that didn't have a source, and be having conversations before realizing that there was nobody in front of them. One of the more extreme cases was times where everybody around you would stop in place, have all their heads twist to look directly at you, and then their lips would stretch ear to ear in the most horrific grin you've ever seen. After a couple of seconds, everything would go back to normal. Nobody would say that they'd ever
I want.
even remember doing so.
Fuck that guy.
This happened to Clint once. You may be wondering how there could still be a constant population of like 17 billion, considering all of this. Well, there was one thing that people
Kitty,
living out
come
there didn't have to
here.
worry about.
I love you.
That was sustenance. Now, Clinton admitted that the food that they had to eat wasn't very good, but it was abundant. The bark on the trees was nutritiously dense. Rain came regularly and didn't have to be boiled to drink.
No.
Various, albeit strange-looking root vegetables could be grown almost everywhere, with shortages being unheard of. Additionally, These medium-sized insects called salvatores were rampant all around. But they were never a nuisance, never seemed to spread disease, and if cooked, could be used as a great source of protein. That's why there was always so many people. Children were being bred at a torrid rate. Emotional connections to your offspring wasn't really a thing, and the ones that survived attacks by the Oblivion creatures would be trained to deal with the subsequent assaults. Since food wasn't an issue, the more there were, the better chances the settlement would survive. However, the population always seemed to be able to even itself out. The climate was also favorable. While the north and south ends of the continent had extreme temperatures, nobody really lived there. In fact, nobody knows what lives there. The rest of it could probably be compared to Australia. It's pretty hot, but still livable. There's no seasons.
You
Sky
will
was
be
perpetually covered in
mine,
what looked like
cat.
an orange haze, so sunburn wasn't an issue. With that said, everybody
Thank
still
you.
wanted to get the hell out of there. The quality of life was still
You're my
absolute
cat.
shit.
You're
They
my
all wanted to
cutie.
reach Neo Civitas, which they nicknamed Heaven's Promise. That was pretty much impossible given the fact that they were separated by as much ocean as the geography would allow. Now, Clinton had never been actually inside of Neo Civitas. He'd only heard about it and read descriptions. Supposedly, it was only a tenth the size of Heaven's Curse, and it was named after the only city on the entire continent. Clint said that a physical description of the place would be akin to Manhattan on steroids, a megacity. There was a host to a population of 275
God, that
million.
was close.
It was a continuous stretch of brilliant buildings and skyscrapers that lit up the night. It was also
Kitty.
a functioning society. People had jobs, they could start families, they could engage in recreational activities. Nobody had to worry about anything beyond shit like taxes and public opinion. That sounded like the rat race all over again,
Mikarlek.
Clint explained.
That's what you are. Mikarlek.
While the area outside the city limits were still somewhat hostile, it was nowhere near the extent of Heaven's Curse, or anywhere else for that matter. And besides, there was a monumental metal-based wall, about 400 meters tall, surrounding the entire place. There were also a heavily armored military personnel called Apex Officers Guardian. In fact, a lot of it was comprised of the enhanced soldiers guarding
Grab
Paradise
some of
X.
these.
These two
think Jacob would
places
like
actually
these.
had an agreement where a portion of the ex-soldiers would be
Yeah.
flown from Dusk Blue to Neo Civitas in exchange for firearms. And yes, they were the only ones who had access to air travel. They were also widely believed to be sole producers of guns and ammunition. Resources were scarce in this world, and most of them were on Neo Civitas. The few other resource-rich islands around the world were essentially picked dry by recon teams sent by the government. This was the world's only superpower. They called all the shots. They went unopposed in doing so. However, there was one thing that they did have to worry about. You see, there was one thing that Neo Civitas had in common with everywhere else. The sky. It was always cloudy. Nobody could come up with a tangible explanation of why. It was always just like that. Well, that's just what those people think, Clint remarked quickly. Strangely, he didn't elaborate on that. So I really noticed how weird he'd been acting the whole time he'd been telling me this. There was an increasing urgency in his tone. Anyhow, he went on. Apparently, there was a legend of sorts that had permeated every community all around the world. When the day comes when the clouds finally part, true Armageddon will soon come to fruition, and nobody could stop it. Now, I'd been so caught up in this, I had forgotten I actually had to work that day.
Hello.
My boss had texted me in the morning telling me I had to come in that day for just a few hours. I was already late. Shit.
Where?
Wait, look, I gotta run to work real quick. Just stay here, all right? Don't go anywhere. I'll bring back some pizza or something. He responded almost instantly. Yeah, do what you gotta do. I'll be here. He said this in the same urgent tone that he'd been using before. However, I didn't think anything of it. And I'm currently at work now.
Pop, 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 pop,
I can't really focus on anything.
pop, pop, pop.
Must be too many things that Clint just left unexplained. I just came back and he's gone. I somewhat expected this. It seemed that he took a bunch of perishable rations, a few sets of my clothes, a laptop, and some cash. However, I did find this in the kitchen. It was an old, crusty journal
Sup, bro?
covered in dirt
Oh.
and blood stains. There was also a sticky note attached to it. This is what it read. I'm sorry, James. You've always been of the few people that I can actually bear talking to. Maybe you'll understand eventually. This journal should answer some of the questions that you still have. In the meantime, there's something that I need to do. Goodbye for now. Clint. P.S. I'll pay you back sometime. You know I will. I smiled at that. It was true. He'd always kept his word. Deep down, I knew that his stay here wasn't going to last long. He just wasn't that kind of guy. Whatever he's doing, I hope he succeeds. In the meantime, looks like I'm going to have some reading to do. Let's see what this is really all about. Hey again. The posts seem to be a bit sporadic. Work's got me on my heels, you know how it is. And as much as I want answers, I also need to eat. But nevertheless, I started reading the journal. I list the names of the people Clint arrived with before I start typing the rest of this out. The ones who were still alive at the beginning of the first entry, that is. Just to make it less confusing. So there was Clint and Rust, of course. And then Duke, the MMA fighter. Lauren, the archaeologist. Travis, the drifter. Christian, the discharged soldier. Hawkins, the cosmologist. And Kaginori, the thrill seeker. Anyway, there we go. Entry 1. I thought I'd write down my thoughts as well as my significant events while I'm here. Now, I'm not sure who this is for or who's going to read it, but I might as well do this. My name is Clint Rockwell, and I'm currently in some strange world that isn't Earth. When I get here, that's a bit too much to explain. I've been on Dusk Blue, the island where we first landed on, for about 2 months now.
This works out for me.
That is assuming the time passes the same here as it does on Earth. And I think it does. Close enough, anyway. Hawkins estimates the time between days here is around 23 hours and 48 minutes. I shit you not. The guy sat there and counted the seconds one day. Pretty much gone crazy at this point. Can't really blame him, though. This must be fucking insane for him. Besides that, everyone's been pretty nice around here. All seem to be genuinely good people. Once you get past the cultural differences, that is. Apparently a handshake here means war. But I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with me. For the first week, I was amazed by this place. And after that,
yes,
shit
I've
fell
made
into a
it.
routine again. The satisfaction
I have to
came
tell
from
one of my
making this
friends.
discovery has been dwindling. It's just day after day of manual labor, eating gruel, and sitting around. The thing I didn't realize, nobody ever goes outside this place unless they deem it a direct threat worthy intervening in. Hell, the only reason they bothered saving us was because we were leading the stalkers directly toward them. There's really nothing to do here. However, the story I hear from the elders is pretty interesting. For example, some time ago they found a dead body lying outside the settlement walls. Not wanting to stink up the place, some guy carried it away and threw it into some foliage. That night they heard somebody yelling at around the same place they found the body. When they checked it out, it was the same dead guy from earlier, except he was alive. Didn't have a scratch on him. They didn't let him in, obviously. You see, while shit like this would encourage some people to stay within the safer confines of the settlement, it just doesn't have the same effect on shit like this.
I have been looking for this forever. My friends have been looking for this
We
forever.
almost died on the way
This
here.
is so far
We
away.
were also unprepared. With people who know their way around.
Cannot
it'll work
wait
out.
to give this to
can't
my
wave a
friends
piece of
and
meat in
all of
front of
us
a
build
lion and
all
expect it
kinds
to
of
stay in
stuff.
the
It's gonna be
cage.
awesome.
Alright, that was dumb as hell, and I wish that I didn't write that down, but I don't have an eraser right now, so I guess that's just staying in. But
Yes.
maybe I'll figure something out.
Building
Entry two.
material.
An opportunity arose just now. One of the guards here, Grilla,
So much.
approached me yesterday.
I think I'll need just
Apparently,
one
a convoy
tree.
from Paradise X is coming around tomorrow
And
to pick up any enhanced
absolutely
children.
like
There aren't
50
actually any here.
saplings.
This is his plan. As soon as they can, we would tell them that we have some. We would lead them into one of the cabins and ambush them inside, but somebody else took the drivers. I asked him how the hell we were going to do that, since they had guns. We do too, he responded with a toothy grin. That's when I realized we did, didn't we? Apparently Paradise X goes off the assumption that nobody at any settlement possesses firearms, since gunpowder is pretty much unavailable on the whole island. The only reason Paradise X has them is because a trade deal they do with some other place or
There's
something
one
similar.
of my cats.
I've never done something like this,
There's
and
the
I
other.
don't know if I really feel comfortable doing so, but it seems like the only way I'm going to get out of here.
Cat?
Still. I'm not killing anybody. Grillo also asked me not to tell Slade, as it wouldn't go down
Where-
well with
where's
him
my other cat?
because of past incidents. Entry 3. Grillo and I worked it out. He's got 2 other guards
Right,
in on this, and I've convinced Duke, Christian, and Kaginori. It didn't take much. They all were itching to get out of here as well. However, Lauren wasn't so sure about it. Maybe she'll come around. Rust said fuck no when I brought it up, and I'm pretty sure Hawkins is actually going insane because he just ignored everything I said. As for Travis, well, he actually seems pretty happy here. I saw him smile for the first time when a little girl made him a wooden necklace.
Oh, thank
I'm not
goodness.
going to bother him.
Where were you?
All I know is that this is happening.
I'll give you
no
guys
matter the
food when we
outcome.
get home. I just gotta.
At least I've done
Get the
something few others
saplings.
have.
No need for that. So much more important stuff.
Entry 4. I don't know if I could gauge what happened as a success. Still, they came out of it pretty unscathed. As for my no-kill rule, those Paradise X motherfuckers were horrendous. As soon as they arrived in their 3-vehicle convoy, they started causing shit. Some of them started taunting the townsfolk, while others swept the cabins. I counted 9 of them in total. They could hit a boiling point when one of them started groping a woman. That's when everything went to shit. I understood why Grillo was so adamant that we do this now. He was holding in some pent-up rage for sure. When we saw this, he stormed out of the cabin where we were going to hold the ambush and he shot the guy down. He really wasn't expecting it. He took out 2 more before rushing back in, sporting a nasty bullet wound on his thigh. I'm not sure why he was so good at aiming. He never held a gun before. What happened next went by quick. In a life or death situation, all reservations you have about mortality go out the window. I took shooting lessons as part of my training beforehand, so I managed to take out a few of them myself. I didn't feel anything when I did so. The guns were looking pretty good until Christian blasted one of the soldiers point blank with a shotgun. He barely flinched. He was enhanced. Fucking hell, I remember Grillo shouting. He had told us that there was no chance they'd send one of them with the convoy. They were too important. Well, that was bullshit, wasn't it? This guy was on a rampage, picking people up and slamming them on the ground. Every punch that he threw was fatal. Slade had come out at one point to challenge him, but he was dismantled easily. I saw him give a look of somber disappointment at Grillo before going limp. The whole plan was going downhill until Rust approached and shouted at the guy, "Come here, you fucking pussy." Was all that he said. I had no idea what his plan was. It is until he took out a grenade.
This tree.
And I guess he'd been hiding it. He took the pin out, chucked it at the guy, and watched it bounce off of him. I guess Paradise X didn't use grenades because the guy just scoffed and started towards Rust. And at this point, Christian had already silently been gesturing everybody away from the whole situation. The grenade exploded right as the guy stepped over it. Everything fell silent for a while. That's when we heard groaning. He was still alive, but he seemed to be incapacitated. A bunch of guys followed up, tossing him out of the settlement walls, and I guess all the commotion had attracted something in the jungle because we heard him screaming soon after. After that, we stayed around to help for a while, rebuilding, tending to any injuries. The least we could do. I had to thank Rust for what he did. The guy really did have balls. When I did it, he just looked at me like I was insane. It was a fair judgment in retrospect. That was reckless, kid, he told me. I just nodded and I asked him if he had changed his mind about coming with us. I doubted it. It was worth a shot. He looked around the village for a second before sighing and shaking his head. No. No, I have some work to do. And I don't think I'll be able to get it done. Wherever you're going. He patted me on the shoulder before walking away. Good luck, kid. Hope you find what you're looking for. Now, I don't know why, but that sentence filled me with a sense of melancholy. I guess it got me wondering what that really was. What was I actually after? Maybe I'm not so sure yet. Maybe that was just more reason to go on find out. Before we left, I watched Travis consoling a group of children. I'm really not so sure if us landing on the island did any good for this place. I'm scared now, more than before. It's whatever. There's no changing it now.
Hello.
We checked out the vehicle after, and I'm not really sure what kind they were. Guess I wouldn't have known anyway. It sort of resembled an armored, lifted Jeep. Eventually, we figured out how to get them going. At this point, it was me, Grillo, Christian, Duke, Kaginori, another guard named Novex, and Lauren. She changed her mind. Could have been for a lot of reasons, but she didn't tell me. Let's just go, was all she said when I inquired about it. We're all following Grillo now. Apparently, he knows where to go. He also stated that he had a plan once we got there. There was an obvious hint of doubt wavering in his voice when he claimed this. We'll see what happens, I suppose. This is as far as I've gotten for now. I'm not really sure what to make of this, but my perception of Clint Rockwell sure has been dynamic. I don't know what to make of this guy anymore.
Hi.
But I'll post what I can.
So cute.
Bye for now.
We'll get back home, okay? We just have to make sure those things don't
Entry
get
5.
us.
I'm not sure what the hell's going on right now. I'm at the back of the convoy with Lauren and Kaginori, who's at the wheel. We were driving fine. Before we left, Grillo told us not look at anything outside the vehicle, and especially not to fire off any shots. There was a 90% chance we wouldn't kill anything. I almost broke that rule when I caught a glimpse of something pressed against the window right beside me. It had pale skin and a wide mouth that covered half of its face. I just shuddered and ignored it. Everyone else seemed to have the same idea. This was a while ago. However, Grillo just stopped completely and nobody knows why. You see, the road, if you could call it that, is extremely narrow, and he's blocking everything in front of us. Fuck, maybe he'll get going soon. Being out here at night is pretty horrific. I swear, it's been at least 10 minutes and he still hasn't moved an inch. Kaginori's getting pissed. He wants to go and see what's going on. Lauren's trying to convince him that it won't end well since Grillo hasn't even stepped out. But he seems adamant. To be honest, I'm close to going to check myself. Shit. Duke just came out in front of us, holding a rifle. He's walking towards something in front where Grillo is stopped.
There it is.
He's yelling at it now. He sounds pissed.
Pretty
What the
much.
hell's going on?
Okay.
He raised the weapon. Grillo just stepped out and tackled him to the ground. They're resting now. Kaginori's run out to see what's going on. I need to know as well.
Come on.
I'll write down what
kitties.
happens later. Entry
Let's
6.
go home.
Well,
We've gotten all the things we
That
need
was
for
fucked
our
up.
friend and us.
I got there just in time to witness Duke putting Grillo into a rear naked choke.
Oh.
While he was gasping
Can't
for air,
say
Duke got up and started shouting again. Grillo was begging us to stop him in between labored breaths. That's when I saw what was in front of the vehicle.
Come on. All
It was
three.
Duke's copy.
Yay!
The one that we'd seen during that first day that we landed on the island. Although maybe it wasn't the same one. Duke was hysterical. What the fuck do you want from me? He screamed at it. His copy just stood there, staring at him blankly, almost taunting him. Don't let him touch it! Grillo shouted at us from behind. I didn't know what to do in that moment.
I
Neither
remember
did
that being the
Kaginori.
first thing I saw.
I could see Novex running up from behind us, but he seemed hesitant to do anything. We just remained passive observers. Duke was starting to get close to the thing, very close. It looked as if he was about to throw a punch any second. I turned to see Grillo fishing a pistol out of the vehicle. What the hell are you doing? I asked him. He didn't respond. Instead, he just pointed the gun directly at Duke. Don't fucking do it, he pleaded. Duke just ignored everything. That's when he raised a fist. Grillo got the shot off just in time. Duke's blood spattered everywhere as he fell onto the ground. Nobody moved after that.
Let's
Grillo
see.
just stared in
How do
anticipation.
I get
waiting
home?
for his
I
copy's
know
next
it's like a
move.
pretty much straight shot. I
I
went
saw Kaginori
pretty
slowly
straight
inching his
ahead.
way back to the vehicle. The thing stayed put, but just stared at Duke's body. But its facial expression was different.
Just remember on one of the
looked
shores there
almost-
was.
Disappointed. That's when its body started changing. It was hard to explain. I just remember it looking surreal. Its skin seemed to be bubbling and it was growing taller, and eventually it started walking away backwards at a speed no human should be able to walk. As soon as it was out of sight, Grillo screamed at us to get back in the vehicle, and we obliged. That's where we are now, driving away. Lauren's asking us what happened, but I don't really feel like reliving it. Yoginori hasn't said a word. I'll ask Grillo
Can't
about it
be
later. I guess.
there.
Entry 7.
So I was on the shore.
We finally stopped near a clearing.
There was a little
Grillo has
strip
gotten out of
of
the vehicle and is signaling us to do
land
the same.
that looked
I can tell you how long it's been, but
that
I'm
was
cramping up. And I eventually told Lauren what we saw. She had no response to it. She's just been staring at her lap. Not really sure why we aren't driving anymore, but I definitely see lights in the distance. He must be going the rest of the way on foot. I'm going to talk to Grillo now, see what he says. Alright. It seems he doesn't know much about it either. He's only been told what to do upon direct encounters with it. Apparently the #1 rule is you cannot initiate contact with it under any circumstances. As long as you're in its peripheral view, it can imitate your appearance perfectly. It'll also never attack you. Given that, you don't touch it first, or take any actions that may harm it, like running it over. You're just supposed to walk away from it. I asked him what was supposed to happen once you've touched it. His response was short and cryptic. That sets it free. You can't have that. I tried asking what the hell that was supposed to mean, but he changed the subject. We gotta walk the rest of the way, he said. Can't pull up in the convoy. Grab all the weapons. That was disconcerting, to say the least. But it looked like
Actually-
I wasn't getting any further answers out of him.
I know.
I just did what he told me to do. We started heading towards the clearing. Through the
I
brush,
forgot
we could
my
see the
thing.
outer limits of the city.
Oh.
There was a big wall
summon.
looking like stone spanning the space. There was also a large gate surrounded by guards. I could see some buildings peeking out from the top. I'd nearly forgotten the sound of everyday city bustle at this point.
Oh shit.
It was
Time
a
to get
village
out of the
back in
fucking
main
water.
road. That's when Grillo dropped the bomb on us. He had no fucking plan. Apparently, he actually used to be a guard for Paradise X. However, he got kicked out for reporting the rampant misconduct of his co-workers participating in. Yeah. Looked like this place was beyond corrupt. The other guards would beat, harass, and rape their way through all the city with no accountability. He got sick of it. He only came here for revenge. He was about to kill as many of them as he could before they stopped him. He never had a gun before, he said, with a twisted grin. They won't see it coming. And look, Grillo's a good guy.
Hello,
But
bees.
this was
Just
madness.
buzzing.
He told us that we could go back, but he wouldn't hold it against us. The problem was, we didn't know how to get back to the settlement.
Yeah, I'm
Novak's
feeling
had
the
a similar
same
story
way.
to Grillo. He sure as hell wasn't helping us either. It's like we could either try and brave it in the shitstorm of a jungle, or hope for the best in the city.
Do not fall, kitties. I
Shit's
do
looking
not
bleak.
need you falling.
I'm listening to Grillo and Novex discuss the plan of action right now. Everybody else looks horrified. Kaginori's got his face buried in his hands. Christian's praying near a tree, and I think I saw a tear roll down Lauren's eye. But I seem to feel nothing. Now that I think about it, I'm actually kind of excited. Is this just blatant denial of my situation, or am I actually going insane? Who knows? The best thing I can do right now is focus on not getting shot. Apparently, they don't use the enhanced guards outside the walls. Again, they're too important. However, it seems like Grillo doesn't always know what he's talking about. All we can do is hope for the best. The plan itself is simple. Novex would put on a Paradise X uniform he took from the convoy and walk towards the guards. If he didn't get immediately shot down, he'd open fire. That's when the rest of us would come in. With all the attention on him, he'd take care of the others. After that, we'd use the guards' keys to unlock the gate and wreak further havoc. Now, I'm not planning to simply walk around and slaughter random guards. I wouldn't last a minute that way. I'll hide somewhere, let it cool off and explore the city. And after that, who knows? Not like I have much time to think right now. Grillo's counting down already. He's got 9 fingers up. 8. 7. Fucking hell. Entry 8. I don't know how I keep getting so lucky. I got skimmed by 2 bullets, but that was it. I'm hiding behind a dumpster in an alley right now with Christian and Lauren. I don't know where Kaginori is, but I know that Novex was shot dead by the guards as soon as he walked out there. We managed to get rid of the rest of them while they were busy with him. And I remember seeing Grillo take a bullet to the shoulder, Kaginori in the thigh,
A tiny
one
little
destroy
guy
Christian's
around
ear.
here somewhere.
But this time, Grillo was right. None of those damn super soldiers was there. However, we were pretty much out of ammo.
Oh wait,
It
No,
didn't
it's-
take long
oh,
before
my
we heard
bad.
shouting coming from inside the
it
walls.
has to
After
be
we
that
unlocked
one.
the gates, we were met with a large statue of some man with a hook hand. A bunch of civilians
Anyways.
started staring at us as well. Here's the thing. I expected the quality of life in Paradise X to be at least decent. However, it looks horrendous. Everyone had bags under their eyes. Their tattered clothes nearly hung to their skinny frames. They all looked like disconnected zombies. The city itself looked like a post-nuclear Gotham. There were tons of skyscrapers, but they were foreboding, dirty. There were
Oh,
destitute buildings
there you are.
lining
I don't know why I
the
think
place,
you'd
and
be in
every
the same spot, but
street seemed to be cracked.
3, 1,
It was filled
dark
with what I
black.
assumed to be roving police squads, and the amount of people sleeping on the sidewalks was both astonishing and disturbing at the same time.
It's the other
I swear I
village.
saw someone getting the shit kicked out of him in plain view of everybody, and nobody intervened. Not even the police. That's probably because they were running towards us. However, they didn't have guns. Only what looked to be batons, knives. That's when Grillo went all out. He emptied the last clip of the rifle into a cluster of police before using it as a melee weapon. He was hurling loud, aggressive expletives at them while he did this. God, he really hated this place, didn't he? I needed to get the hell out of here.
Seems like
The
it's
last I saw of
becoming
Grillo was him getting
nighttime.
picked up and tossed into a windshield by an enhanced. I ran away from that. The whole situation until I was about to pass out. Civilians kept looking at us, but they didn't seem to give a shit. And at this point, I still had 3 bullets left. I looked back to see Christian and Lauren not far behind.
Hello.
They also looked to be on the
My
verge of puking, and I didn't
babies.
see where Kakinori went.
Pardon me.
That's where we are now. Hiding behind this filthy dumpster trying to catch our breaths. I don't know what we're going to do next. I don't know what we're going to do at all.
Ow.
And I've killed so many people. But to be
Ah.
honest,
It's this shore, not the other.
I don't really mind.
I can put one. I wish I could fit you all in here. Kitten.
Entry 9. Shit.
I'll be back. Well, you'll be with me,
A
but
couple of cops are walking
Follow
by us
along,
right now. We
boys.
decided to hide directly in the dumpster, just to play it safe. My eyes were watering. Lauren just silently gags. I smell something like I've never experienced before. I'm not sure what I can do. I have a gun and they don't. I'll probably jump out, force them to give up their weapons. Maybe I will. Wait. I just noticed that one of the cops has a tattoo on his forearm. Yes. Could it be? Holy shit, it is. It's the Chicago Cubs logo. These motherfuckers from Earth. Entry 10. Some interesting developments have just occurred.
I
Whether they're
like
good or
adventures
not
for
is
my
yet to be
friends. It's pretty great.
I guess my adrenaline was spiked the fuck up because I decided to jump out of that dumpster, gun raised, and as soon as I did, both cops rushed me. They saw that I was armed for sure, but I guess they didn't care. I shot the guy without the tattoo before being taken down by the other one. I took a couple of baton blows to the ribs before he was restrained by Christian. He groaned, shouted at me in short guttural bursts. Kill me, you fuck, I don't care. I told him to calm the hell down. And then, I laid it all out on him. I told him where we came from, that we were from Earth. His expression seemed to change drastically after that. He was listening intently. What happened to you? How? How did you get here? Christian eventually asked. As it turned out, he was a German-American named Kuntz Steiner. He used to be part of the
What did I just
82nd
hear?
Airborne Division of the U.S. Army. One day, on a mission to Iraq, some strange shit happened. The same shit that happened to us. It was a cloudy day, he explained. 1 second we were up in the air, you know the rest. And only 5 of us actually made it into the island. I was the only one who made it into this fucking place. Apparently, he killed all the guards who were outside the walls at the time. I was running on fumes, he said. I didn't even know what the hell I was doing. I guess my primal instincts just kicked in. He'd also realized that bullets didn't do a whole lot against the jungle creatures. So he still had plenty of ammunition at that point. When the backup came, they wanted to just get rid of him. At first. But then they realized that he could be used as a valuable asset. They just lost like 10 fucking guards, he recalled. I guess they thought taking me in and turning me into one of them wasn't so bad of an idea. So that's what they did.
Sorry, little piglet.
Been here ever since.
Your mom's delicious, though.
I can't tell you how many times I've thought about offing myself. Nobody should live in a place like this. Your voice started quivering, but I always knew something could happen. Now you guys are here. I was a bit taken aback by this. I mean,
Oh my
what the
god.
hell was he
A
expecting
pup?
us to do?
A band of
I
pups?
asked him about it. Well, surely one of you knows how to pilot, right? Unfortunately, I don't. Travis was still back at the settlement.
don't
I
trust
asked
my
him how
friends
the hell
enough
that was
to
going to
have
help.
them. I don't even trust my
We
friends
looked around
enough
for
to
a bit.
have my cats, because I'm
That's
pretty
when
sure
we all
they'll
heard
kill
the distant
my
sounds
cats.
of boots stomping on
And
concrete
then I'm just
heading
gonna
our
quit
way.
the game and not play
Come
anymore.
back to my place first. I'll tell you about it there.
I can only imagine that they'll light them on fire,
And that's where I am.
send them
right
down
now.
a hole.
You think someone as important
Kick
as
the
law
shit out of
enforcement here would
them,
get better living conditions? This
something
place
like
was
that.
beyond a shithole. It's on the 5th floor of some
very
dilapidated
much
building
my
that feels like
favorite
it's
thing
going down any
for my
second.
cats.
Apparently, Coons only gets an hour of running water a day. There's no air conditioning. 90% of his meals consist of
Kitties.
these stiff brown energy
I haven't
bars.
seen them in a bit.
You gave us some. I almost puked when I saw something blinking back at me after I'd taken a
Should
bite.
just teleport, shouldn't they?
But this was his plan. He'd sneak us out of this place, and we'd go back to the settlement. Vince knew how to get there in order to pick up Travis, who would steer. And apparently the controls were similar enough to that of Earth's. After that, we'd go back to Paradise X, break into one of the hangars where they store the aircrafts, and fly out of there in search of the fog again. In search of the way back.
Big hole.
Obviously, there was about 1 billion things that could go wrong with this. First of all, there were apparently only 4 small planes in that entire hangar, and it was heavily guarded. But he had a solution to that. He knew about 15 other guards who also wanted out of this place. That should be enough to break into the hangar, Kuntz stated. Over the years, he had told them about what Earth was like, and it fascinated them. Why they didn't just disregard him as crazy was simple. They were desperate for something else. Anywhere else. Everybody thought about doing it before, but nobody knew how to fly. This would be a golden opportunity for them. I thought about the guards that we had encountered earlier. None of them did seem to care whether they
Don't
died or
super
not.
remember how to get home.
There was also Travis. There was no way in hell that he would come with us. He actually seemed to like it here. And as crazy as it is, I can't see him willingly going back. And then there was the biggest problem. What if there was no fog to be found? Were we just going to drift around the sky until our fuel ran out? I ran this by Kuntz. He sighed. Honestly, anywhere is better than here. If we have to land somewhere else, then so be it. I'm not staying in whatever the fuck this place is anymore. His tone was dead serious, expressionless, unwavering. He was 100% committed to this. I told him that we'd do it. Christian and Lauren didn't have any objections. I guess I'd also had my fill of this island. However, I really don't think we're going to find the fog again.
That might be
Deep
the way
down, I
home.
know Kuntz doesn't either. This is
I don't
just
remember running
hoping
into
that doesn't
another.
happen. This is
Okay.
all he's got. It's currently
Running
morning.
into another
We're going to leave at night.
village
Easier
when I
to
was on
sneak
my
out
way.
that way. I
I'm
have to
on
say,
my way.
I'm still excited.
Still on my way.
I know I shouldn't be, but I am.
got my lungs and lots of heart, and I've
We
got
aren't going back
love
to
inside
Earth.
my heart. I'm on my way. I'm on my
There's no
way.
way.
And though you hear my stomach rumble,
Entry
I'll still
11.
make it
It's
back
finally
to
dark out.
Gumball.
We're going for it. Kuntz says that there's a hidden tunnel that we can take
This
that'll
is
lead
not
us
the
out,
same place at
There's
all.
also a vehicle
Some
waiting for
giant
us,
stalactites.
which one of the other guards has set up.
Some cute cat.
Entry 12. We're driving back to the settlement now. Fortunately for us, this vehicle has blinds on the passenger windows. I decided this would be a good time to ask Kuntz some more questions about Paradise X. As it turns out, this place is sort of a combination between a dictatorship and anarchy. There is, technically, somebody who runs and has power over everything. They call him the Pioneer. It's ironic because he had absolutely no contribution in discovering the place. Now, this guy, he can make any laws he wants, but he doesn't. He just leaves the cesspool of a city to fester in its own waste. That's right. There were no actual rules against murder, or anything for that matter. The only real laws were that you couldn't attack the law enforcement. It was broken on an hourly basis. And that you couldn't step foot on the Pioneer's personal property, where he and the other ones close to him lived in relative luxury. This was a big deal. The punishment was supposedly worse than death. And the only reason he sent out police at all were to monitor for any creatures that leaked past the walls. This wasn't common, apparently. If they saw anything, the regular police would notify what was known as the common operatives to come and get rid of them, which was mainly comprised of enhanced guards. After that, I asked about the copies. I could see him becoming visibly paler at the mention of them. He didn't know too much about them either. He'd never seen them. In fact, nobody around him had come to a
Got food
consensus
for my
on what they really
friends,
were.
got building material for my
Let's don't
friends.
touch
I hope
them,
my
he
cat's
said.
spot on me when I get
was
home,
that?
otherwise I'm gonna be depressed.
I asked him what would happen if I did. Maybe he'd have a better answer than Gorilla. Well, you know how they can take your form just by looking at you, he responded. The thing is, when it's just staring at you, it's merely a hollow shell of yourself. Once you make contact with it, you're essentially giving it permission to become you. And you know, two of the same person can't exist at once. So after that, you're gone. I still didn't understand what the hell that was supposed to mean. I pressed him for more answers, but he left it at that. Nobody seemed to want to talk about those things. Entry 13. The rest of the drive was uneventful. But then we reached the settlement. It's really hard to say what happened. But a massacre obviously occurred. There were abnormally large claw marks scraped into the sides of the cabins. Bodies were haphazardly scattered everywhere. I tried not to look because there were kids. We searched the rest of the place for a while. We found no survivors. And eventually Christian went back to praying and Lauren just started bawling. I was horrifically transfixed by the whole scene. I don't know what to think anymore. Eventually we found Travis's upper body. Safe to say the plan wasn't going to work. Koontz cursed loudly and started pacing, and I heard him mumbling, "This can't happen. I have to do this. Fuck, I can't stay here." At that point, I echoed his sentiments pretty closely. We really needed to get the hell off this island, but I never found any trace of Rust. His body wasn't among the dead. I did find his journal, or what was left of it anyway. Most pages were torn apart and the rest was simply indecipherable. I tried analyzing it, but it just read like ramblings from a madman. However, I did find something interesting during the last few entries. He scribbled, "This is a terrifying discovery. Before the page was ripped off. Wonder what the hell that's about. "Let's go!" Koont's voice echoed across the destroyed civilization, and I asked him what the plan was. "I'll pilot myself if I have to. I don't give a fuck. We're getting out of here." Entry 14. We're driving back to Paradise Extra. Christian and Lauren just looked disaffected now, empty. Koontz said the plan was still on. "Can't be that hard, right?" he said, in regards to flying. "Yeah, probably not," I responded. He was obviously delusional at that point, but he seemed unstable, and I didn't want to piss him off some more. I really don't know where this is going. Entry 15. It's happening. Koontz has gone out and notified everybody who wants in. The number's actually increased to 22 now, including some civilians. I asked him, how the hell are we supposed to fit? "We won't," he responded. "Not all of us are going to make it. They're all well aware of that." That's nice to think about. I also asked him what he told them about not having a pilot. He said he didn't say anything. They probably wouldn't have wanted to help if they knew this. Just say that you're
Thank
the
you,
pilot.
thank you. Okay.
Don't worry. You don't have to
my
actually
camera
do
on?
it if you don't want to. I'll figure it out. He said this with
Zero.
such unwavering
What was it?
confidence.
I already forgot.
It's definitely just a facade. I could tell that he
50,
had no hope
40.
of going to
Okay.
work, but fuck it. There's always a chance.
I
Besides,
walked
That
so
glue really
far.
isn't worth staying on. Make sure you use those bullets well, he said. Every shot needs to count.
Oh, yeah, 0-0 is pretty much what I need to go
Entry
to.
16.
Get me in the right direction.
Fuck me. So this is what happened. We met up with the other 22
I'm
in
just
some
gonna go
shitty
straight.
warehouse.
Won't turn. Won't do
Bruce
anything.
introduced me as the pilot, or savior, as he put it. It was really weird, honestly. They all cheered, and Kuntz gave a mini motivational speech about leaving this place, finding a home worth living. This got them all riled up. However, things were looking bleak from the get-go.
Oh, there was an
Amongst us,
ant on me.
we had about
Got a
7
cool
total
ant thing
bullets.
happening at the house.
Apparently, some cops like to smuggle weapons, but not many. We started marching through the streets towards the hangar. A bunch of civilians and other cops stared at us with melancholic curiosity as we did so. The hangar soon appeared in front of us. Problem was, there were a lot more guards than we expected. I saw everybody's collective faces drop.
Yeah, you know, I like this story, but I'm trying to get home. I need some getting home music. And this will be copyrighted, but I want to listen to some music. Not that one. Yes. Some good eats. I have been trying to write a haiku for you. Yeah, she's right. Some things I just can't do, maybe or beyond ancient Asian poetry. Or maybe it's just me. I have been trying to get this haiku just right all night for you. Alright, I'm through. Maybe this poem was lost in the sauce we spilled that never got refilled. I've never thought much of formulaic verse anyway. And rhymes are not my fault. I have been trying to get this haiku just right all night for you. Alright, I'm through. I'm trying not to try too hard, but your heart's right down right. So I end these tried attempts at haikus for you tonight. No, just kidding. I'd like to get there. Maybe another moon. La da dee didum, la da da dum do, ditto. Dum do la dee do. There, that's sufficient. I wrote a haiku for you.
Well, I tried at least, and that's not so bad. I'm working here, can that be set free?
I'm trying not to try too hard, but your heart's right down right. So I end these tried attempts at haikus for you tonight. Words don't work like Webster says. They trip me up all night. I'm just trying to write for you, but your heart's right down right. I am almost there. Here's that part again where everything's more than it should be, and greener seems to fall beneath your feet. Please tell me that there's none of that fucking shitty snow. Does it seem like that where you are? Wherever it is you are. I just realized I started. Oh, yeah. Just walking around in the snow because shit is terrible.
Time for time together, and depending on the weather, we let her argue in your house or outside. Different I felt before I got this notch on my belt, in my plans. You were all for me. Yeah, but now it seems that you just rather leave. Wherever you go is breaking me slowly. Don't leave it alone. Don't leave it alone. You sound so much further on that phone. You fit just right next to me. But there's always a reason why it can't be.
Hello, cows and chickens. I'm here to tell you a tale. A simple tale of I wanna go the fuck home. Make you seem miles away from home. All alone I get a little meaner.
I leave a message at your tone, and miles away from home you get a little cleaner of me. And I find a little greener shade of envy. Wherever you go is breaking me.
Fuck.
slowly. Don't
Leave it alone. Don't leave it alone. You sound so much further on the phone. Let's go and make it next to me. But there's always a reason why it can't be. I would say, and this is just me, better than Ariana Grande. Fucking tremendous singing. You gotta just state that facts, you know. We're like 2 mountains away. Barely a mile. Well, not even barely. No, we wouldn't even be a quarter actually. We're like you fit just to right next to me. Never mind. I'm right on top of it. Okay.
I like to say hello and welcome you.
Let's put on something good. Oh. What's that called? What's the thing? Ah. There they are. Yes. Put on some fucking hot ass beats. Okay. Grab all these. Cool. I need more. Cool. I don't need dirt. Cool. I guess I'll just plant these around. Why not? Game's lagging a lot. Okay. That's gonna be it for right now. I'm gonna go do some stuff, but I will be back in a bit playing the same game. Keep these. My cats did not come with me. That's very sad, but you know, things could be worse. Oh wait, they are. Anyways. So I'll just go do that. After I do my roof, because I want my roof to look nice. This is fine, but could be better. And I think Jacob would like... Ow! Fuck. I would, but I promised Grace that we'd do makeup. And then after that, probably gonna get back on this. Try and convince her to get on it. I have my bed, right? Okay, thank God. I do not feel like disappearing. Yeah, I'll bring her after makeup. But I'll be back. Yeah, this will be nice. I'll just have to... That is the same color, is it? Did I put the wrong thing down? That can't be. So I'm making slabs except for spruce. That'll be fine. Yeah, I'll just leave it as that. And for the scene, cancel, I do not add. Let's go into, where's my, let's go into here. Nothing has to be easy, it's okay. What do I copy the fucking script for? I just want. Okay, did that. So we'll feed it to this. Cool, cool. And okay on that. And then, you guys can listen to this. And I'll just put that on loop for a bit.
that changes too. Is that who joined? Oh, it's Elijah.
Where's the server?
Wow. Where's the what?
The server. Minecraft server. Where?
Jack might have shut it down. Yeah, Jack just said
bad.
servers
No!
will be up in the morning.
No!
We're playing TF2. That brought my order down to just $20. I saved $18. It's pretty alright.
just want to play Minecraft.
I access my Domino's account. Why?
Log in with password instead. So, like